Welcome to the April 11th, 2022 meeting of Riley County Commissioners. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, all. Any public comments? Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just realized my phone was not on silence.
Thank you.
A few of you I know. My name is Gary Oles. I'm a 25-year resident of Manhattan in Riley County. I live on the west side of town at 3308 Frontier Circle. I want to just briefly, well, first off, I assume I have a time limit.
3 minutes, is that what we're
Yeah.
doing?
What?
Three.
Talk fast.
Okay.
Well, anecdotally, I just want to mention, I don't know that you've ever discussed this, but you have public comment at 8:30, which is probably statutory, I assume. I would recommend that you discuss among yourselves the possibility of inserting public comments a second time during the meeting, right after lunch, so that those people who might be not available at 8:30 in the morning can maybe slip in at 1 when they're having lunch because they've got something to chew on with you, but discuss with you about, although I'm sure most of the time it's chewing. So I'm here today, and if you could give me an idea on my time, I would appreciate it. I'm here to bring to your attention again, and hopefully to the public's attention, Senate Bill 13 that passed, I believe, 2 years ago with regards to the revenue neutral statute. I know all of you have received your valuation, as I have, and some of you hopefully opened it up when you were sitting down. I just want to call to your attention, as well as the public's attention, that there's going to be a significant increase in assessment, is probably the right terminology, but not necessarily a significant increase in our property taxes. I honestly haven't done the research to figure out what percentage of the county's revenue is derived from property taxes. I'm sure you can tell me that based on your knowledge and information, as well as the public's, which I would encourage you to do. And I know you've done in probably printed form and on your website and things like that. But I just want to point out to everybody that we have I won't call it a once in a lifetime opportunity, but we have an opportunity after, I believe it's June 1st, when the appraiser certifies the county's countywide assessment, so that the people have an idea, at least based on the current mill levy. Most people probably don't know about that bill, I assume, and that it's important that they understand that, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the statute says that a county has to go revenue neutral unless they hold a public hearing of their intent to go above that. That's kind of the nutshell of it.
Excuse me for interrupting. You've got about a minute.
Thank
You
you.
asked to be told.
Thank you. All joked up here. I appreciate that.
Sure.
So consequently, it's important for everybody to be aware of that they're going to have an opportunity sometime after certification. I think it's in the month of July, maybe in the month of June, 10 days. I think the statute says something about a 10-day notice prior to the hearing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to encourage everyone, all the taxpayers, to come down and talk about it, because this is significant and it's very unique. Hopefully it will go forward. As I understand it, it was a statute that was repealing tax lids from previous statutory requirements. So in conclusion, I know that the budget process, at least in the minds, if not on papers, is starting for the department heads to filter it through and eventually end up on your desk. And I would encourage you to do what you can to keep the property taxes down. Personally, my taxes are going to go up by about $450 based on the current mill levy. Now I'm at an age that I can still pay for that. And I'm not really here to represent myself, but as I spoke with the city commission years ago about the water rates, there's a lot of people in town that they don't have the ability to increase their income. So consequently, please keep it in mind, keep it in your hearts, because I know that we want good government, but nobody really wants expensive government. And then that's your opportunity to decide what is expensive and what is not based on the services. And you know the routine because you go through it every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm back again. Megan Hartford, and I'm here representing the Manhattan-Riley County Coalition for Equal Justice. And we're bringing to you again our asks with the objective of creating a fair and highly publicized application process for the law board that makes decisions with millions of dollars in tax money for the police department, affecting all residents of Riley County and the city of Manhattan. And we're hoping to establish an open, transparent, publicly announced application process, including a position description with preferred qualifications and the ability, but not required, to upload a resume. And we feel that it would be most productive to have one website for all applications to help streamline the process and make it less confusing. To include a link on each of the websites, RCPD, Riley County, and the city of Manhattan, and making it one standard application page. As far as the county application separately, we would ask that there be a downloadable document for the law enforcement agency board application with additional questions that have already been established by the county almost exactly a year ago. On the website, we would ask that there be a list of current members and next to the names, current term dates and the next term dates that will be coming up. Application open and close dates, dates for application review, and tentative date span for the decision to be made. And on the application, we would like a job description for the law board applicants, including key responsibilities, time commitment, demonstrated abilities and experiences, for example, comfortable making tough decisions, commitment to equal enforcement of the law, integrity, collaboration, respect, etc., and preferred qualifications, for example, previous experience on an advisory board, budgeting knowledge, understanding of the RCPD structure, etc., and include a way to provide a resume or other documentation, which would be optional. And we would like the applicants that apply to each receive an immediate response by email stating that their application was actually received. We feel that these are relatively simple and straightforward initiatives that could go a long way in establishing the transparent process that we're asking for. So thank you for your time, and I have our asks printed out to give each of you. Thank you for your time.
Morning, Commissioners. Russell Stuckey, Fire Department 1. In emergency management, I was just going to let you know that we're pretty sure we have the fire out finally up there on Carlson Road. We've had a few more since in different places. We helped Gary County Friday afternoon they had 2 or 3 on the interstate. And we took the the farthest east one while they were dealing with ones farther west and had the air tanker dropping water and the whole 9 months. So, and then it would be my recommendation to let the disaster declaration go ahead and expire. Okay. And then just for another little tidbit, we were struggling on whether to allow burning today or not. Our initial thought was no. We've had numerous calls. Hey, the wind is just right. The humidity's up this morning. So I think we're going to let it burn until noon and then shut it off at noon for the rest of the day, primarily because of the storm winds tomorrow. So
Can't wait till midweek to start burning again after what we're supposed to get tomorrow night.
well, but the rain will be good.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So burn before, then rain puts all that stuff out.
Okay.
Ideally.
As long as people put those fires out, which is what's causing some of these to start with.
At least we have a guarantee we're gonna get rain now. I'm glad to hear that.
Who's guaranteeing that?
Well, I just did.
Not just rain, enough rain to put out fire.
Did have a question on Carlson Road, 'cause I think was that the one that was gated? Was there a gate on that getting in and out?
There could have been an issue with that up there. I wasn't up there myself. I was covering the rest of the county.
Because I
Doug
got a
and John
call
were
from
up there.
somebody complaining about it previously.
Yeah, there is an
Since there's
issue. with
one person that owns a huge chunk of land out there that gated the road, which.
Yeah, gated, I think, the township road with a
Right,
padlock is my understanding.
right, that it was a township road, because they asked me, I said, well, the township is the one that needs to take care of that, because, and that's, and this is an example of why we can't have that.
Right.
But
Which
I assume it's
that-
gated,
that won't stop us.
I was gonna say, you guys have bolt cutters, I assume.
Right.
that-
But yeah, I think that is a bit of an issue, whether our CPD ship or whoever.
Whoever's, okay, but I'm pretty sure that was the road they said that.
It'll slow us down for a little bit though. so.
Right, okay, good. All right.
Any
thank
other
you.
questions?
Right, we will start with commission comments.
Okay. Thursday, after our legislative conference held here on Zoom in the chambers, we had an interview for a county appraiser, the county appraiser position with a candidate. Later that afternoon, I had a dental appointment consultation with a new dentist. Outcome wasn't very good with a tooth that may cause infection. So the surgery, I'm getting it removed today. Due to this, my knee surgery will have to be rescheduled because they won't do a surgery if there's any possibility of infection. So I'm having to change everything, but I'm gonna get the tooth removed and rush back over here to be in here on the interview. So I may not be able to talk very well, but it's a big molar.
Can you go?
Yeah. I wish I knew sign language. So that's not good, but anyway, it's better to get it done than having problems later, so. Friday, I spent most of the morning on the phone dealing with these issues. And in the afternoon, I met with interim director, RCPD Director Muldrup, concerning his opposition to moving the dispatch center to the new building being designed. We had a rather lengthy discussion. We took another look at the current facilities of the law enforcement building. They're very cramped. Take that under advisement. The weekend was busy with some design work, household chores. I did some work in the yard. Attended a third birthday party of a friend's daughter, which resulted in getting a face painted. It was fun. I've never done that before. I dared somebody to do it, and I said, if you do it first, I'll do it. And then she did. So, okay, whatever. Big weekend. Sunday, I attended Palm Sunday services and played in the bell choir and enjoyed the spring day in the yard and in the park. So that's it.
Doctors,
Yeah.
tell me about it. I dealt with my team of doctors on Thursday. They're doing the best they can, but I don't know. I'm just frustrated and discouraged at this point in time. So just trying to plan a different strategy to get some weight off and get some progress in terms of this diet and health. And I don't know. Just frustrated and discouraged. It's a work in progress. That's just what I'm going to say at this point in time. So starting some new things today, including some new medicines, and just see where it goes. Also on Thursday, there was a crisis intervention team meeting. I missed it due to said a doctor's appointment. However, a quick summary of the agenda of what discussed, I'm going to go ahead and provide. It's the CIT training for the area that we've been trying to plan since before the pandemic. Is officially June 13th through the 17th. It's going to be out at the Riley County Public Works Conference Room downstairs. As of Thursday, there were still 10 slots available, and an agency that's coming from 75 miles or longer will have their association basically pay for the hotel rooms and those costs. Dialogue on the peer support team and the CIT's train the trainer activities were also discussed. Wasn't there, so I didn't get a full full list of things that were discussed. And this goes back to our previous meeting. There'd be maybe sending a couple of RCPD officers and the co-responder to South Carolina when the national training opens up at some point in time, which hasn't yet to my knowledge. So. Also on Thursday, I listened in on NACO's national membership call for a briefing and update on the Bipartisan Innovation Act, the BIA, including the key provisions that will be important to counties and the importance of regional technology. This act is also known as the America Competes Act, and I don't know what the difference between those two is, and it wasn't never really laid out there. Has to deal with the United States innovation and competition. It is a bipartisan legislative effort to strengthen American scientific and technological activities in the 21st century. It's also an effort to better compete with China and other entities in these critical industries. This particular bill at the moment has investments to produce American-made semiconductors, other computer components that we all know that we're having a very difficult time with producing and getting supply chain through. Also part of this bill is to try to strengthen the supply chain resiliency, reinnovate research, and bolster America's economic and national security efforts built within it. So a lot of good questions, 3 different speakers. As you can tell, it's question and objective concern right now. So everybody had questions about that, and we'll see what that does. Friday afternoon, had a special meeting via Zoom with the Metropolitan Planning Organization to discuss the position description and advertising the hiring of a new transportation planner to replace Stephanie Peterson in May, taking a job with the city. The advertisement should go out through the channels, and the application process should start possibly today. She's going to keep the applications for the moment until we discuss on the 20th the actual committee and the interviewing process and all the other necessary components that will go along with it. We are going to try to move with some haste to get that done, because she leaves on May 5th. Don't want to leave that position open for too long, but we also want to make sure that we get the right interest and the right person hired for the position. So we'll be working through that here in the early part of the spring. So looks like both the Royals and the Braves got off to a good start, although maybe yesterday's game not so much. And very own K-State Classy Cats won a national championship in competition.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. Major Division I. I don't know much about dance and that stuff, but I just know they won a national championship, and at least somebody from Kansas won one that didn't cheat. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Friday morning, I had a meeting with Kurt Malbrook at RCPD. Got a tour of the facilities and a discussion about the dispatch, and it was a long discussion. And a lot of information, good, and let's say tour of the building and stuff. And then after that, I stopped in and talked with John Ellerman about some of the ambulance, the new ambulance, safety headquarters, we're calling it, and some of the other projects going on, and some recent bids, just how things are going through there. And then over the weekend, spent a lot of time outside in the yard and enjoying the weather. Then also, finally, I wanted to acknowledge the passing of Mary Jane Overhelman recently. She was an amazing lady. After she graduated from high school, she learned welding and traveled back and forth to Kansas City for 3 years, working on gliders for the war effort. And then she's done a lot of other things with it, but the big thing was she was the Riley City treasurer from 1947 until 2016.
Wow. Okay.
We tried to, we entered it with the, the League of Municipalities, and they can't find anyone close to, 60 years in a position, or 70. Yeah, 70 years. So, yeah. And that's all I had.
Okay, only business item we have, Commissioners, Riley County Personnel Action Forms, Van Brown, Customer Service Rep 1, and Public Works Separation of Service. Resign. Commissioners have any changes for the minutes?
I do not. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the minutes from the April 7th, 2022 Riley County Commission meeting.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve minutes of the April 7th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
The tentative agendas look. Any items for next week's press conference? Okay, next time up at 9 o'clock on year-to-date budget and expenditure reports.
Thank you.
Just asking because I've heard, do we maybe need to move something on the agenda?
I have a 2:00 and I'm scattered to see if I can move
Okay.
that around. So
Okay.
you'll have to give me some time on that.
Okay.
The person's supposed to be here at 9:30.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Just
Okay.
wanted to check, be sure we publicly announce that if we haven't changed.
Gina?
I've got a 2:00 and a 3:00 today.
So,
Mine are late. Mine are 7.
you can like, wait, Greg?
Sure. I don't understand what that problem is. Joint
Well-
places, but it is a big, because they, thought I was gonna have shoulder. replacement. So after you do that, you have to take some antibiotics for 10
Oh.
minutes because
Yeah,
somehow in your mouth and like everything else, which I don't understand, but
well, the reason is, the reason I understand is when they put like a foreign object, that they're really careful about any kind of infections in your body. And you're supposed to have any dental work done like at least 4 weeks. I couldn't get into the dentist. So, I didn't think there was any problem. I knew that tooth was having, had some issues. But I didn't know there was a problem. And, but they don't want, they said, well, you gotta wait 4 weeks before we can reschedule again, so. And I've tried to get one of the dentists to sign off that there was no infection, but they don't take that. So it's just like.
Yeah.
But actually, it opens me up for more interviews for museum director. For the museum director. I don't know how many of those. I just changed his schedule around. And it's just crazy. I had everything worked out. But yeah, that's the reason. So
yeah, I say it's.
really, and then you have to wait another 3 months before you have anything else done.
Like I said, I went, and then they thought they were short, they opened it up and went, oh, then. That's really, actually, that would need a short.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
This is for sure. But, yeah, they're really particular about it, which is okay.
Yeah.
I had heard, I have a cousin in Australia who had a knee replacement a couple of years ago. And he got an infection in the hospital, and he was in the hospital originally for like a month. Then he got out, and like 2 years later, he got full infection. He's just gotten out of the hospital. He might lose his leg. They had to replace all the.
That they went in and they ended up having to take it out.
That's what they did for him.
Just struggle with things. Everything today, it's a shot, it's a pill, it's surgery, but then you have to do all this other stuff in order to make it work. And it just gets a little frustrating and overwhelming. I mean, my doctors, they're good. They're really good at what they do. It's just, and they're really easy to work with. It's not that, it's just the process.
Well,
It's
and
just,
you have to be.
it's taxing. Yeah.
Or have somebody else have, because they're getting to the point where they're, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They do so much, especially around here.
And they're really stressing upon surgery for me. And I'm like, I'm not young, but I'm not old. And I'm like, I don't know that I want to go through damaging my body right now. And I hope I have 20 or so years left at least,
So.
Well, me too. But I mean, I don't really know, I guess, but I'm just trying to do everything else to avoid that because that's, so I don't know.
What I try to do is every time I have a pain or whatever hits, I can't bend my knee. I think about being on the ski slopes many years ago. That's what caused it. I wouldn't give that up. So I try to mentally see the snow and how fun it was. So I find positive things to replace that.
So I have on my list today, I'm washing the truck today.
Good.
With full intention that it's going to rain and storm tomorrow.
Good.
As long as we don't get hail or an F5 tornado, I can live with it.
Well, that smoke was terrible on Saturday night. I couldn't even breathe.
I woke up yesterday morning and I could taste it.
Yeah.
I had the windows and stuff open and Could actually taste smoke.
It must have been burning all night.
Well, it was pretty close in terms of there was one out
Right.
east and then there
Yeah.
were two over here this way. And then the wind shifted from the north to the south. So it blew
Yeah.
all of it back in.
Yeah.
It's been a particularly bad year for fires. And last year wasn't great either, but year before it did nothing but rain. So it's like you need just some balance in this equation, you know?
Well, the wind just been so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Whole month of April for the most part. Instead, I think our seasons are like about a month off. You know, you used to go through all that in March. It feels like everything's about 4 weeks off.
Said that for several years, because winter used to start in November. Now it doesn't really start until January. It seems like anymore.
Hot part of summer
This year
doesn't
was
usually
really
come until
hot.
the end of June, July. Fall, it's like late September, early October. It's not fun sitting out at some of those.
Hottest week of summer is always the first week of school in
Yeah.
August.
Yeah.
Or the first football game of the year. I think when I was younger, I could sit out there in 100-degree heat. I just can't do it anymore. It's just my body just doesn't adjust to that.
Well, it's pretty hot. Depending on which, if you sit on the west or the east side, you really
Yeah.
suffer.
If you sit on the west side of kind of the GA section over there, you
Mhm.
deal with it for about a half and that
Yeah.
night, and then it finally kind of cools off. But trying to plan a Royals game here upcoming too. I'm like, let's try to do it in May sometime where it's somewhat warm, but not too warm.
My son-in-law went to the opening day. Royals
Yeah.
opening day this year.
They were looking pretty good till yesterday. It's all about pitching, and I don't know. I don't know on that. I think hitting, offense, all that's going to be fine, but it's a good thing they got Greinke, I guess, to kind of anchor some things because I think they've had to bring along some of those young kids a little quickly.
Cats, it seems like the leaf pitchers are the ones.
I lost another one.
Yeah, the ninth inning.
1 point.
Yeah, maybe they put a stretch together here once they get past the tough part of the schedule because they've played everybody tough. All the top 10 teams. I
I
think.
got one more like Texas.
Texas, yeah.
And then
Is that here?
I don't know. Pushing, but it's kind of like with basketball, I kept pushing.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep wishing basketball for a while. I think it's going to be.
Recruit.
Yeah,
And
we got some pretty lofty names on the list so far. We'll just see. And got a couple good ones in 2023 already. 4-star and
Oh, really?
yeah.
Yeah, we got some of those.
But that won't help us this next year. It might be a little rough.
So they don't want to tie up too many scholarships this year for 22 of these. So right now we got one senior.
Yeah. I would say right at the moment here, you try to get the one.
Transfers,
Yeah.
get that one that I think they might have.
Is that the one who's coming from Missouri or whatever?
Well, now he Cleveland State,
Oh,
but
yeah,
his coach went to Missouri.
yeah.
That's sort of bad at the name.
Aiden Shaw or something is his name.
Yeah.
Aiden Shaw.
Something.
did you hear about the transfer station this weekend? We got a dead horse.
What?
Somebody brought a dead horse. Dispose of.
At the transfer station?
It's probably not on the list of prohibited items. It will be.
I read the sign about tires and batteries. I've never seen that on
Yeah,
there.
I've never seen.
Dead carcasses?
It wasn't wrapped in plastic, so they couldn't take it. I have a friend whose husband works over there. She was telling me that. So I was just like, whoa, why would anybody do that?
They would have taken it if it were wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, I said they take a lot of plastic.
You don't want to have people vacuum sealing horses. I
Can't believe somebody
It is. That's a
would
big.
haul it in. That
big
was a
device.
joke of the day, I tell you what. Whoa.
I'm sure
That's the
they
first
see
one.
strange things.
Oh, I'm sure they
Haven't heard
did.
of
There
it.
was something else she told me. I can't remember what it was. It was that one.
That's the trucks that come by and get that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or you can bury them.
That's a big hole to dig with a shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 9:00.
Ready? Yeah, good morning, commissioners. You see in the upper right-hand corner, highlighted in blue, we're at 25% point in time of the year as of these reports. So that's what we use as our designator to kind of see comparatively where the departments are. This is the 2022 year-to-date wages compared and overtime compared to budget report. Everyone's looking real good right now. You see solid waste payrolls just a little bit over. Point out the center column there, percentage of overtime, regular wages. Of course, the highlighted 58.77 always gets everyone's attention, but remember they're 24/7, 365 days a year. The overwhelming majority of that is budgeted overtime based on their schedule.
That's down 12% from last month, so that's actually good.
Yeah, David's really been working to, move some things around to try and eliminate that. That's part of what this latest change with those 3 full times was to help and assist. We will see, so he's doing lots of things to try and assist with that. So hopefully it'll work. What we've done so far has helped a little bit. So the others with a little higher percentage of overtime, of course, is public works, solid waste, and a lot of those departments help with the snow and ice removal. Health department's 3.46 overall. We're just at 6.62%, but that's taking into account that large amount for EMS ambulance, so really not too bad. Commissioners have any questions on that first page? Next page is just a bit more detailed breakdown per department. Regular salary, seasonal, temporary, and overtime for the first quarter. Commissioners go through that report. Do you have any questions? Next report is 2022 year-to-date budget activity report. Let me get this on my page. Here we go. Once again, we're at 25% point in time of the year. Those that are highlighted in the blue, of course, are those that have exceeded that 25% point in time of the year. All of those that are highlighted there are cyclical in nature, so therefore they should balance out by the end of the year. Budget appropriations, we pay 50% of that out in January. Insurance, it's cyclical based on when those bills are due. And then the general fund transfers, we always do 100% at the end of the year. Once again, this entire page is in the general fund, so each individual department is not a budget violation by statute. It would just be if the overall numbers were exceeding 100% by the end of the year. I'd like to point out 2 lines down from the largest blue section, the 2.9%. Of course, that's atypically low because that is the fund where we have our budget stabilization amount, which I'll review here in a little bit. Commissioners have any questions on that first page? Second page, once again, those highlighted in the blue are those that have exceeded that 25% point in time of the year. Economic development's just a little bit. Of course, there are several appropriations that get paid out of there, so that should balance out by the end of the year. And Raleigh County Fire District capital outlay is in excess. By state statute, any capital outlay fund is not required to be budgeted, so therefore technically would never be a budget violation, although Raleigh County does budget for all funds, and so we would make sure that that is balanced out by the end of the year. Any questions on that second page, commissioners? Next page are all enterprise funds. One of those is highlighted in the blue. All enterprise funds there receive all of their funds, tax dollars and fees through individuals that own or live in those benefit districts. So there's no general ad valorem taxes used in any of these funds. Any questions on this page, commissioners? Here's the little bit more detail on the county general. I talked to a little bit. That was at atypically low 2%. Personnel, contractual commodities, and the miscellaneous budget stabilization of $3,050,000. That is why that is atypically low. You will see we have had a fair amount of payouts for early in the year. So on the personnel, of course, that's due to retirements and separation of service. And as I've told the commissioners in all of my time, I've never seen so much personnel transition in the county, and that's directly attributed to that. Of course, when we budget those figures, It's simply an educated guess because no one tells us, not everyone tells us ahead of time when they're planning on retiring or separating service. Any questions on that? There are no personnel hourly salaries or wages that are paid out of there directly. Any questions on that, commissioners? Next, comparison of all departments' budgets, comparison of 21 to 22 expenditures. Report was developed years ago to give commissioners a snapshot of how it's compared to the previous year for the comparable month, March to March, and then also year to date through March. Commissioners take time, or if you have any questions on that, but later take time and have any questions on any of those differences, and be glad to research it and get you additional information. Any questions on that report, commissioners? Next report's RCPD expenses paid by Riley County. This is a big one. Of course, what we always have to keep an eye on is anything inmate medically related, because and also building maintenance is another one that I like to really keep a close eye on. You just never know. We budget for those, but inmate medical, as the commissioners hear me say every month, and it's for the benefit of the commissioners, but the taxpayers and those watching as well, is Riley County is responsible for 100% of all inmate medical costs. No other public entity helps pay for those costs. What those costs are, we bear by statute, no matter what type of medical need is necessary. I like this next report a little bit better. RCP expenses paid by Riley County year-to-year comparison. That gives you a snapshot of where we're at comparatively to in the past. You can see we're pretty high already in 2022 on physicians, so that's going to be one to keep an eye on. We've had a couple that have had some very high prescriptions and medical costs in there for a while now. That continues, as you can tell. If we go at this rate, we'll unfortunately hit a record on that this year, the way it looks. So last couple of years have not been good. This one isn't looking well starting out. Building maintenance is not too bad so far, actually rather good. And then of course, the budget appropriation is the largest amount there at the bottom, our statutory obligation of 20%. Any questions on this page, commissioners? Next page is a breakdown of off-site inmate medical. This is our contract with our third party, Advanced Correctional Healthcare. Remember, we have the pool of 31,000. Of that 31,000, we still have 26,825 left available. Average daily population is up to 108 in the jail facility, which is rather high. So that, of course, can have a direct impact on our increased cost as well. Any questions on that, commissioners? Commissioners have more time to go through those in detail. If you run across anything, have any questions, let us know. We'll be glad to get you any detailed information you need to answer your questions. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Next, you have Craig Cox at 9:15. Speaking of the devil.
Perfect, Rich.
It is. It is.
At least the designation of Satan has moved from me to you.
No, it crosses both broad lines still, but yeah.
Oh, great.
Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, Rich.
Well, for the first two games, it looked like the Royals were okay until yesterday, but
I was working in the yard yesterday, and so I didn't see it till like the 5 o'clock news. Go, whoa.
because it's on Bally's, and Bally's doesn't do streaming. I can't watch the Royals, so I thought about getting an MLB.com, but they black out all the home games, so which is good. So
So is their next series at home or are they on the road?
I think they have to play Cleveland again tonight. That's part of that kind of makeup for the week and a half. So usually they get the Monday travel days usually worked into the schedule. So I don't know how they're doing that this year, but to make up the week and a half due to the strike.
And they said their starting pitcher had a real good spring season, but you know, the real deal sometimes different in spring training.
For the Royals this year, it's going to be all about pitching. They've got 5 or 6 young guys there in the equation, and somebody's got to solidify. Keller's been kind of up and down over the last few years. Singer kind of got demoted to the bullpen. So, yeah, I don't know. Got Greinke at the top. It's like Keller behind him. It's Carlos Hernandez is number 3.
That who pitched Saturday?
Yeah. I think it's pretty good. Bubik, I don't know. Kowar, I don't know. Lynch, I don't know. Singer is still kind of up in the air. Somebody's got to solidify that 5th spot and a couple long relief positions.
Bobby Witt's had a good start.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's every bit as legit.
I was actually Friday night going home. I was actually listening to the game, you know, no, Thursday night, opening day. So I drive home from work, you know, and I heard him get his first hit, you know.
Yeah, it was a double to score. Yeah.
Good for him.
There's always that concern when you're like, the top prospect in the game, and when you get compared to other legends on your team like an Alex Gordon or George Brett, and how you handle and deal with that. But it seems to got it.
And what position's he playing?
He's playing third.
Third, okay.
I think he can play short pretty good too, probably.
Who did his dad play for?
Oh gosh, his dad played for a bunch of teams. He played for Montreal, Texas, Minnesota. I think he might have been on that Minnesota team that won in '91, I think. And he played for a handful of teams.
Cass lost a heartbreaker yesterday.
We were just talking about that, yeah. Seems like over the last 5, 6, 7 years, it just can't seem to put the entire piece together. They'll have a really good offense one year, but the pitching's not so good, and then they'll have good starting pitching.
Yeah, last year the pitching
Was really good.
but they
Yeah.
all left.
Just can't seem to get it balanced out.
The most amazing stat I heard on the radio was Texas Tech's averages 10 runs a game.
Yeah.
The average is 10 in baseball. I mean, I've never heard of that before.
No, that's not too far off in college necessarily. There was one year LSU scored like 14.
Is that right?
I think that's the bat speed with the aluminum bat.
They was a little bit.
Yeah. And the pitching probably isn't quite as developed, maybe. Might be just a little less than the offense.
Saw the replay of the Dodgers game where the guy hits the home run and I showed the square, and the pitcher puts it right down the 5 feet. He just cranked and he do it. He just dropped the bat, just started walking. And the pitcher couldn't have put that any more right down the center of the pipe for him.
It was like Pep doing batting practice. Just boom, gone.
Then to even up the sports talk, we have to talk about Tiger Woods. He registered his second highest score in his life. So good for him for trying to come back. So
I heard it was his highest master score.
yeah,
Besides
but
Masters, he
it
had
was
one.
the second highest score because they said in the tournament he had a stroke or two more than that even. So Yeah, it was his highest man.
You know, if we're at that point in golf where really matters if Tiger's there or not. You got so many young stars now.
I don't know. I told my son, if PJ is smart, they just throw $1 million at Tiger to show up to every tournament. Talk about what it does for that sport.
He watches.
I wasn't a Tiger fan early on because it just seemed to come too easy to him. But now that he's been through some adversity, and before this last accident, he was, he won some, I root for him now. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Craig Cox, Riley County Deputy County Counselor. What I have before you this morning is a car concerning the guardian ad litem contract. We need a guardian ad litem in the tax foreclosure case to represent minors and also military people. I will tell you that Summer Dirks has been our guardian ad litem in the past. She wasn't last year, but we have her again this year. We'll actually have asked her to do some additional duties, and she was willing to accept that. As I think I mentioned to you the last time I was here in the tax case, we have 4 homeowner homes in the tax sale. I mean, people actually living in their homes in the tax sale, and it's kind of a first for us this late in the tax schedule, and we're concerned about that. We've never sold a person's home at a tax auction yet, and so we've given her. And these people just weren't talking to us. They are communicating to us. We write them letters, and so we've given their names and addresses and contact information to Ms. Dirks and asked her to reach out to them. And we're still going to try to do everything we can to work with them to avoid selling their homes at the tax auction. So that's a little bit duty above and beyond the call for her, but she was willing to take it on. We're hoping that maybe an outside attorney contacting them to maybe respond to her better than responding to us. So that's one of the extra duties she has this year. This contract is even the amount of money is the same we used for that last 4 or 5 years. And she was willing to take on even these extra duties for that contractual price. So I would ask you to approve the contract. Do you have any questions?
No, you already, I had a question was, because I assume, like I say it's for mine or something, but I knew there was a couple of those people that we've tried to work with and didn't. I was wondering if we were allowed to or she was allowed to contact them directly, because I thought hopefully that'd help some of those.
Yeah, we're hoping. I mean,
I was thinking of one in particular, but
we have the owner that has the property out in Skyway.
that's what I was saying, one that has her home and the other property.
Right.
That,
Yeah, and then we have another individual that has written us a letter in response to her getting served the papers, where it appears she's complaining about the valuation of her home. But that's not what we're dealing with, but we haven't been able to engage her. So we're hoping we can get some engagement on all the property owners.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? Okay. Well, if not, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the contract for attorney fees and the guardian ad litem.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the contract for the attorney fees as submitted. All in favor?
Aye.
All 3 sign, please.
And I will, the property owner homes makes this a unusual case for us. And so I will keep the board updated as to how we progress in those 4 homes.
Okay.
And since we have a few minutes, you have a minute to talk about that.
All right. Morning, John.
Don't get to them.
Good weekend.
Yeah, that's good.
Good, how are you?
Okay. Exactly.
Do you have a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
Is this in lieu of today?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reschedule today, so I thought we could talk this morning
Sure.
before or after.
No. Enjoy the reading.
Well, I can, but
Okay, I'll come down. Okay, that's fine.
Have we sat down and started making a list of what we need to do, what we wanted to get done outside this summer?
Oh, really?
That's what I said. We keep saying, oh, we do this, let's make a list and prioritize.
Start checking it off.
It'd take us 3 years to do everything we put on that list. To know. And we left it, we haven't prioritized it. We leave it there for a few days as we think, because I've already gone back and added a couple items. Saying like, then you said, definitely, chance that you should plant the tree, because we bought a tree this weekend. We got it planted yesterday. So should have put that on there so we can cross one off.
What kind of tree?
A magnolia. Just flowering.
I planted a cherry tree last fall, so I'm curious to see how it
Yeah,
does
she's
to
got
replace my
another-
old one.
That's what we've got. In another place, we haven't cut down a tree, but just put something in. Which at first I thought, oh, isn't that big shade, but then when it's gone, I'm going,
Oh, yeah. Big
it
difference.
wasn't that big of a tree, but holy cow, it made a difference.
Big difference for
But
sure.
it had a rotten spot on the starting to come in on the side.
Right.
It went, and it was an ash, and my son, grandson did the woodworking. So it was, I said, leave that big long, about a 9-foot piece, because it was pretty straight, except for the soul in the side.
Right.
Because my son said, oh, but that might have some neat green in it and stuff. So I took it down and looked back and said, oh, I'll bet there's nothing wrong with that. Just set something up against it. It was out in the middle of the yard. There wasn't anything against it. There's something. And when he cut it, yeah, you can see this big chunk coming into the side.
Uh-huh.
And it was right between the house and the metal building that one of them was going to get it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And we had some big winds, but
It happened sooner or later.
Because at first I thought, if they cut that big of a stuff and get it, after, especially after it was gone, I'm like, that really did, I mean, and there's no leaves on that, but even just.
Oh,
not
yeah, for
having
sure.
the Limbs there, I could see how big difference it was making, so we're gonna
Thank you.
go get another tree.
Each one's in them. And they're in sequence, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure, whenever we have them.
So,
Oh, gotcha, yeah. I
Just
forgot
in
this was the
sequence.
one just snuck in on me. Yeah, I'm with you now.
Okay.
Saw 4 and then remembered the first 2 and then, yeah, those other ones got added. Yeah, I had that cherry tree I cut down last year. I want to take it up to that guy in Riley and have him make a big, just solid chunk of wood at it, clean, you know, and keep it for some time.
so I made a cherry tree a couple years ago, but it was, there wasn't a straight enough piece in it. It was pretty good size, but it didn't come up and kind of move this way.
Yeah, this one is nice and straight and it's probably about a 4-foot section. It's straight and it's about that big around.
Wow.
I mean, it's a big hunk of wood. It was, like I said, it was a 22-year-old cherry tree, you know.
Yeah, it's not the guy, it isn't Scott anymore. You know, he's sold it. She's done a lot. She's really trying to that.
Really? One drove by there the other day, went up to Aaron's and they got a lot of tree wood out there.
But yeah, luckily they were able to buy that lot behind them. Because before it was all piles along the street, people, you know, it was getting a mess.
Mhm.
But the person behind wasn't willing to sell for some reason for a while, but they finally did. So they got all
Yeah, I saw that.
stuff back there.
There's a bunch.
But they're making stuff in there, they're doing tabletops and people and that epoxy stuff. in there.
Is that what they do?
Yeah. But, I mean, they've got a kiln that dries it.
Right.
I say it's different, not the smoke smell that you smell from the fires, but you can tell when you've got the kiln fire.
Yeah, I heard they got like one of those storage containers or something made out of kiln, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I think that's, yeah, it looks, I don't know if that's what, it looks like a storage container, but it's not. It's similar construction. It's got a bunch of doors all the way
Oh,
up and
okay.
down it. That was the kiln that was made, you know. My son didn't have not too much, slice and stuff up. But dry it, so
Yeah.
now it's gonna be in my barn for a while. The late side.
Yeah, I cut it last year. I need to take it up there and just have them trim the sides off and make a square block out of it because I want to leave it all one chunk and
It's $85 an hour.
paint the ends on it so it can dry good and even and, you know, sometime do something with
Make
it.
something with it, yeah.
How's Sam?
Good, good. Our conversation.
Huh?
Well, our big loss.
She might know.
Oh, shoot.
She does. She asked her. I woke up at 7. I got pain. It's like, go back. I'm sorry.
No.
Woke up at 9. Okay.
Whoops.
Didn't go off. She was falling up. I think she was afraid of screaming. No. You talk.
After I said that, she didn't sound like she knew.
We'll make it happen.
Thanks. Morning, Gina.
Morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Take care of that.
All right. Your time.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. We are entering our very busy event season. We phenomenally are either hosting or logistically supporting 27 events in downtown this year, which is almost double from what we've ever done in the past. So it's been an extraordinarily demanding time for us, which is great. Our first event this season is on April 23rd, and that is our Pink Up the Pace 5K and 1 mile honor walk. And that proceeds benefit the Johnson Cancer Research Center. Stormontvale Health is our presenting sponsor, and they are coming in with a mobile screening vehicle to offer anyone, does not matter who you are, insurance, no insurance, anyone who is interested in being seen by a physician for any reason, even if that's just to establish a new doctor, they'll be on site on April 23rd during our breast cancer run.
Cool.
Yes, it's really neat. On starting this week, we actually have 2 new murals going up. Pretty excited. That's going to bring us to a total of 10 murals, and that will, we've sort of designated ourselves as the mural corridor now. There'll be just for folks who notice the disruption, it'll be minimal, but it'll be both in the North and South 4th Street alleys. So this one right here behind Charles and Wilson will have a new mural on it, and then down on South 4th Street where the other murals have been painted, we're just going to add on to that. So we're pretty excited about that. Along the mural lines, I have been wanting to do this, and I don't have an art brain, so it's just been rolling around in my head. Finally found a woman here in town who has an elementary education art background, works really well with children, and during our 3rd Thursday event season, we're going to be creating a mural that's painted entirely by children, and she's going to be helping them do that. So every time you bring your kids down to 3rd Thursdays, May through September, they'll have an opportunity to paint on that mural, which will be sort of already sketched out a little bit, but she's leaving it open for textures and colors and whatever the children want to put on it. So we're really excited about that. It'll be a mobile mural, and it will move around to various locations, banks and schools and libraries and whatnot. So we're happy that the kids are going to be able to participate in this movement. Thank you last week for approving the plaza use permit. We are supporting the Kansas Science Fest is actually an organization and an event that's been happening in Topeka, and they've moved it here to downtown Manhattan. Really excited about it. Local science professionals, staff from the zoo and from K-State will be doing STEM activities on the sidewalks downtown, and it's a very family-friendly event. There's something like 30 scientists that will set up tabletop demonstrations, and people of all ages are welcome to come down, and that is on Saturday, April 30th from 1 to 5. There won't be any street closure or anything. We just encourage you to come down and stroll around, bring your kids, your grandkids, and bring yourself, and come and watch some really cool science projects. These are like, 10 steps above the grade school science fair that we all know.
No exploding volcanoes, that sort of thing.
No exploding volcanoes. This year, really excited about this as well. We are finally able to partner with our local Juneteenth committee, and we will be hosting a Juneteenth art walk downtown. That'll be from June 5th to June 15th. And the committee is sort of taking care of rounding up that are doing a call for artists. And my understanding is that they have just a huge number of artists. So we are, our businesses are going to be displaying the artwork either in their window or inside their business. And these are all on 16 by 20 canvases. So we'll have probably what we'll do is a QR code. So you can just scan it on your phone and follow the map. We'll have some identification in the windows so that you know, make sure that you see it all. So we're really excited about that. We've been looking for ways to get involved with the Juneteenth committee. The other piece of that is that we are going to be displaying the new Juneteenth flags along Quince Avenue. So really happy to be a part of Juneteenth this year, and I'm sure going forward we can make this even better. Let's see. I don't know if you all are aware, but in September of last year during Third Thursday, we had the air guitar championships. I'm hoping that you all know what I'm talking about.
Nope, no idea at all.
Well, downtown Manhattan
Yeah.
has been selected as the official regional championship air guitar off. This event will be held in the Wareham. It's free to the public and it's coming up on Friday, May 6th. If you want to be participating as an air guitarist, it's $15. Everybody's encouraged to attend. There are, I think, 5 locations in the United States where the regionals are going on, and then they'll take the top 3, I think, from each location, and they'll go into the US championships and then ultimately into the world championships. The folks that are working on this at Insight MHK are really trying to get the US championships to also be held in downtown Manhattan. So it was quite last September's event was really, really popular, and it kind of is this weird thing. But it was, I still struggle to figure out how to describe exactly what was happening out there, but it was awesome. And we had every age group was represented and all abilities were out there. It was so cool. So we're really looking forward to doing this again. I think it's just a lot of fun. It's good fun.
I'll pay you $15, John.
I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna get it.
I was just thinking it's my one and only chance to maybe put myself at that level with Eddie Van Halen, but.
There you go. There you go. That's my update. Do you have any questions for me?
What's your total occupancy downtown at the moment?
We have never been more full.
Okay. That's what
We
we're gonna hear.
I was very worried going into or coming out of the pandemic. I thought we would lose a lot of office workers to simply going home to work. But what actually has happened, while we did have about 7% of our businesses that did do that, we also, our offices saw those remote workers filling in those spaces. So they didn't necessarily go home, they came downtown. So we've also had a lot of brand new businesses opening, which has just been absolutely extraordinary. I think the national trend shows that small business and startups are at a record high right now. They're really doing pretty well. I can say that we're doing pretty well down here. Not to say that we're not struggling. The job market is hurting all. I mean, it's just, I'm looking for an office manager, been looking for an office manager. It's just not even getting any bites on that. So I'm sure you're all aware of how that's going. But as far as our occupancy, really, really, really good. We're going to be looking for places for the Sears building when the museum comes along, and helping those people fill into spaces where we can and try to keep as many as we can downtown.
Okay. Good deal.
Yeah.
So that air guitar thing was hard to describe.
It is hard to describe. I probably need to work on how to describe that. I always want to say something
The world
about.
champion, wasn't that one guy the world champion or something? We did
Yeah.
a demonstration.
Yeah, Nordic Thunder.
Oh,
and he'll be back.
Oh.
He actually had such an affinity for the people in Kansas and in Manhattan. He had so much fun with just our local citizenry and was embraced so much that he's just decided to keep on coming back and we love it.
Yeah.
So,
We can come up with a cooler name for you, John.
I think
yes,
so.
we do, we do.
I'm gonna get on Amazon and order myself an Ibanez 5000 air guitar, and I'll start there.
Okay.
I already got.
Shipping and handling
Is it
should be
real
good on that.
expensive?
No, shipping and handling will be free on that one too.
I've already got the name.
Oh, no. We better talk
So
later.
It's after a local micro tour I just had locally downtown this weekend.
Yeah.
Baron Von Doom.
Okay.
Baron Von.
Like that.
See?
Yeah,
We can beat that guy's name.
yeah.
That's pretty epic.
We have an application.
You're in now, aren't you?
Yeah. You have a position description for those?
Actually, there is an application online. You can go to downtownmhk.com and get it.
All right.
All right.
Maybe we should take up a fund.
We're getting deep here. We're getting deep here.
Hey, if Karen Hibbard can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Karen did it?
That is a good point.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, she did.
Cool.
That was the most impressive thing I think I've ever seen. I just was like, you go, girl.
Yeah,
Yes.
no way.
It was amazing just the courage. I mean,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, boy.
Challenge on, John.
We'll think about that one. No decision will be made this morning and no motions either.
It's only $5 a piece. So,
Yeah.
Exactly. So, good application.
I'll donate.
Look at you started.
No, you started.
I did, you're right, I did.
I want to video it and then put it in our meeting someplace at some point.
Commissioner Webb.
Put it on the
Oh,
I don't know if we have a thing set up for videos on that yet, but I guess we're going to.
Every time we go into executive session, you can just play the video.
Oh, yeah,
again
forward,
instead of-
okay.
instead of the signage. right?
Instead of elevator music.
No more elevator music, now we've got air guitar.
Campaign.
You know,
It is an
There's
election
so
year.
many options.
Rich, we have to work on this.
No,
Okay,
we can.
we have to make this happen for real.
okay, John, you did it yourself.
Well, we know what Brandon's report's gonna be about tomorrow. Wait a minute, I'm on the radio tomorrow. That doesn't even work out either.
Somebody will call in and ask you about it.
Give Brandon that question for
I'm gonna
tomorrow.
have to think about that. I can,
All right, thanks,
Jan.
guys.
yeah, have a good
All
one.
right, you too.
Do we need to make an adjustment to the schedule today?
Yeah, we can make 12:30 work.
And yeah, I texted you, so can the candidates, so if you can make that announcement, that would be great. I don't know if you can do that.
Do we just need to make a motion to change it?
Probably so.
I
I'll
would
make
take
a
it to my
motion.
motion, yeah, you changing the agenda. So, yeah.
Okay, let me get to that part of the agenda here and I'll figure out how to do this. Oh, it doesn't have it on there. Do that, okay. I'm gonna. Okay, are we moving to 1?
1 to 2 and 2 to 2:30.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion that we change the times of our late executive sessions from 12:30 to 1 and then 2 o'clock. Okay. What does that put us at it in? Because I still have a 3. Okay, so we'll be done at 2:30. Okay.
Okay, I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to move back the last 2 executive sessions, 30 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the candidate can make that in that team there, so.
Okay.
You bet.
Coming up next is the John Oliver Show.
Boy, we're good with mottos this morning, aren't we?
Variety too.
Yeah. I didn't get to see how your Cardinals fare over the weekend.
They went 2 for 3.
Okay.
One more game against Philadelphia today and then Kansas City. Tuesday and Wednesday.
That's right. They do one in Kansas City and the one in St. Louis.
I think they're both in St. Louis.
And then,
And then the next time they go.
okay. I'm trying to figure out this new scheduling thing that they had to do to make up for the week and a half of peril. Braves went 2-2, I think, over the weekend.
It was kind of weird. They had a 4-game series, but started on Thursday, opening day, and then had a day off.
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I guess they have to get used to starting to play.
Yeah, that, and there's going to be a whole lot of Mondays where the normal travel days built in for teams that won't be there this year. So, and there's a couple of just random double headers involved in the equation too.
I think those are fun.
Agreed. Particularly if you're on a Sunday, they start at 11, they push it up to 11, and the other game's at what, 3 or 4? Ooh.
Yeah, some medicine, yeah, for sure. Hey, this is.
So we need to make more beer. Oh. Is there anything worthwhile watching on streaming right now? I stumped him. Wow.
Watch something.
Okay, well, at least it's not me because I was trying to go through some over the weekend and try to find something new to watch, and there was nothing.
You thinking series or movies?
Either or.
Is the new Batman any good?
Oh, yeah, that'll be on HBO Max this week, next week.
Okay, I'll put that on my radar.
Son, what's the one? Netflix, metal, something that's people making stuff out of it. It's a competition building.
Oh yeah,
Stuff
yeah.
out of metal, like grandkids have to go.
Blacksmith type stuff. Yeah, I can't. There's like 3 different shows dealing with that.
This one. they
Forged
have- they
in
give them a
Steel or
sign.
something.
Yeah, I've heard of
Yeah.
That isn't a Forged in Steel, it's a different one. It's just on Netflix that they're making stuff out of. They give them a pile of metal and say make something out of it.
Got a movie for you. Small town crime. Small town crime. Okay.
You'll be spending too much time researching best air guitar sound.
Right,
So you don't have time to
Yeah.
worry about streaming.
I already have a list of that. I already have a list of those in mind. As I was explaining to Rich, I did play a little bass guitar in high school and college, so I know the motions.
John. Go ahead. This is
Good morning.
John Elton.
Good morning, John Ellerman, Public Works Director. Well, I'm back again this morning to request to fill a couple more positions. The first one on the list here is a customer service representative. That's the person that runs our first front desk, answers the phone, greets the customers, helps correct them as they come in the door, receives bills, payments for utility bills, helps with solid waste, the solid waste part, and does some imaging, scanning and imaging for our database. So it's a budgeting position, full-time, and asking to replace it. She did give us a few weeks, June 2nd. Will be her last day, so.
Nothing?
No problem.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve to fill the customer service 1 position in the Public Works Department.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve filling the public works customer service representative 1 position. All in favor?
Aye.
All 3 sign, please. Morning, David. Morning.
The next one is to replace a retirement operator at the transfer station. Has submitted his resignation for retirement. I think around the end of June will be his last day at the county, June 20th.
Please tell me he's not retiring because of dead horses.
This came before.
Okay.
Are you aware of the horse? No, I'm not aware of the
No, I actually don't know. If it just happened, I know this came before. I assumed you told them it happened and it just happened. over the weekend.
You signed this form last week.
Right, and the resignation happened.
Okay.
Yeah, you signed the green sheet last week.
But I'm sure he's had other wacky experiences.
Yeah.
He's worked for Road and Grid for quite a few years before that, so.
Well,
Yeah, so that position is the operator at, it's a full-time position. There's 2 full-time operators at the transfer station, each working 4 10-hour days, so they can put in 6 days a week. you know, to cover the 6 days that we're open out there. Managing the compost pile, the trees and land pile, and the salvage, the white goods and stuff that bring in that doesn't go, anything that doesn't go into the transfer station to be hauled off. They also mow the yards, keep watch and maintain the cap on the closed landfill. So, important, we need to have two to keep that place open and running this at the times they're open, so.
I make a motion to approve the solid waste division advertised to hire public works operator 2 at solid waste.
I'll second.
And moved and seconded to approve public works operator 2 at solid waste. All in favor?
Aye.
All three signed.
That's a pretty important position to have filled this time of the year.
Last week they saw a lot. They were pretty busy last week with the cleanup.
Yeah.
Oh, the city was doing their thing. Yeah.
And simple, which my neighbor's just throwing stuff on the curbside there. No dead horses though, thankfully.
You haven't heard about that.
No, I think I might. I hope. I want to hear the story.
It sounds like there's a story there somewhere.
Yeah.
That's what the story is.
That's the
So
story.
dead horse delivered to the transfer station.
Oh, wow.
Let's just say there was no horseplay.
You have evidence of that.
I don't, but I'm here all morning.
You gotta forgive him, he's really a musician more than.
Yeah.
I think he's truly an entertainer at heart.
I am.
So,
They're gonna try to get me to do air guitar this year.
Okay.
As this competition in May.
Right.
I think it's gone way past try to.
I wouldn't be surprised to see your application turn in this afternoon.
Me neither.
So the next is my project update. Still working on trying to get Lakeside Heights started. I think we're down to me picking a date to open bids, set out and advertise open bids and put together a cost package for the temporary financing or the financing part of it. So we're getting close to doing that. My goal is to make sure that's at least started by the end of the year, if not completed. I don't see why not unless we have a problem getting contracted. See, next thing we really worked on is the Rose Hill Bridge is completed. They did their final walkthrough last week. Any miscellaneous cleanup the contractor has to do, we should be in a final pay estimate and the closeout of the project here really soon. West 32nd Avenue Bridge, begun. We've driven pile on Pier 1 and they poured Pier 1 last week. I think this week we'll start abutment, driving pile for the abutment number 1. And so that's moving along pretty well. The other bridge we have out there starting and working on is South Otter. And that should be getting close to finishing up here pretty soon. The deck was poured last week. So after cure time and backfill and some, before we can put up the guardrail and that, we should be getting within a month. We're finishing that up pretty quickly. Parks Department been doing some landscaping around the shelter, the south shelter at Eats Park. They're working on putting pre-emergence out, getting the flower beds or the landscape areas cleaned up around the Public Works and Courthouse Plaza. Repaired sprinkler heads and started turning them on last week. Working on the golf course, it seems like that's an ever-going project, is helping improve the disc golf course at Fairmont. And we'll begin mowing here soon. Operations crews, they've been on a 4 to 10-hour week, 4 day, 10-hour days since March 14th. Part of the parks went that way too. They've got about 3 on 410s and another 3 on 5.8s. So
How's that working?
so far so good. I think they got the couple that are on each schedule wanted to be on those schedules, and as long as I had more than one person, I didn't want one person by themselves.
Right.
To be able to, I would be able to mow full time, and we're starting to get applications for seasonal help, so hopefully we get something going there. The operation crew were hauling gravel and grading roads up, for all the roads that are getting the magnesium chloride for dust control. Them applications are due by the end of the month. And hopefully we'll start spreading them the May or June. However, that we can get it scheduled in from the company. Low water crossing repair on West Branch Road was completed last week, and then moved over to Norland Road. The trail after that on the water crossing that needs some repair done too. Did some entrance installations, different places, and small structure inspections as they have time. If they're getting ready to prepare and do some, we're gonna do some crack sealing as long as the weather stays kind of fairly cool. We can do that. And we're looking at starting to do some sidewalk trail repair around FCRC, the story walk. Has some areas that are settled and trip hazards really that we go in and replace or grind some sidewalk as they need it. And then looking at the health department parking lot is really falling apart pretty bad. So I think the bridge crew's gonna go down there and start replacing slabs of concrete there and repair that. Miscellaneous work that others have been doing, the EMS headquarters station. We're waiting on a schedule 22nd. I think Arch Images are coming to do visit to tour each of the buildings and start their analysis of size and space needed. The next thing I have today is RFQs for North County Station. We'll do some getting finalized with our consent order from EPA for the University Park treatment plant. Looking for some work on the overhead doors from the windstorm a few months back. I think they're supposed to be in here this week to get that, to start those, or next week, first of next week. We opened up oil bids, chip bids, and asphalt bids last week. We hope to get them on the schedule for Thursday for approval. They came in, or I just got lucky in budget that they fit pretty well in our budget.
Make that recommendation quick.
Well, before the bridge prices change on us before that, but hopefully they're locked in after Thursday. Got equipment operator for the transfer station, customer service rep, and the utility tech positions open. And we just had an offer accepted for custodian this last week. So I will be attending the NACE conference in Alvin also, April 23rd to the 28th. And that's in Buffalo. If we had any questions about updates and projects.
Well, it's that time of the year.
So the last thing I have this morning is consultant selection for North County EMS station. We received 5 packets of qualifications from 5 different architects. We see the list there. There's the same committee as we did for the headquarters station. Myself, David Adams, Josh Gearing, Amanda Webb, Rich Vargo, Russell Sweet. We're on that committee, and after all the scoring criteria, we looked at, was consultant experience, qualifications, availability of the staff, proposed timetable, overview of challenges and understanding of the project, and references. We each did our scores, and the scores coming out of others. Table in the packet. Anderson Knight came out ahead on the scoring, mainly because of their availability and their timetable for the project. Was more reasonable within our time. The others were quite a long, drug out almost 2 years to do. We were not thinking this would be that complicated or difficult that we could start and be done finished sooner. So those were our main criteria that we looked at.
Those are gonna be quick, because in looking at them, the others, a couple others that had a lot higher and everything, but it looks like the timetable, the availability was the big thing. For this one, their timetable, I assume, was a lot more reasonable.
We were shocked by a lot of this length of timetable, frankly. So we think maybe in discussion, maybe some of them think it's a more complex project than we think it is. So maybe we can shorten it more, but yeah, we did not expect it to take near as long as what the timetables were projected. But maybe that speaks to workload, staff availability as well. Everyone's having trouble with staff, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're also.
And maybe they're putting
a
in
bunch of other stuff.
cushions for material that everyone's having issues with, so.
Yeah, is there a estimated time when they're gonna start?
I think most of them said they could start about as soon as we give them approval. So you approve our recommendation today, we go back to them and work on proposal.
Okay.
And when we get that settled out, we'll bring that proposal as soon as for your approval, and they should be starting fairly quickly after that.
So I guess looking at the two top scores here with Anderson Knight and Bruce McMillan, it really comes down to timetable, but really, when you look at experience and references, Bruce actually scores a little higher outside of
That's why I was,
that.
that's why I was
I'm just-
looking at that.
I'm just curious how we wanna approach that, so.
That's what I was looking at too.
Yeah.
There's, it seems,
Yeah.
the big thing was just, right, they were a little higher.
Well, I think Anderson Knight probably has a few more design people and architects on staff right now, or maybe Bruce does. I'm not for sure on that. I'm just making an
I
assumption,
think
but
part of theirs, they had a little more recent projects than Bruce McMillan did.
okay. Well, if anything, I do think it's important to probably do this one local,
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. And I know we work well with all three of those architects, so it doesn't, not really concerned with that part, and they all three kind of score similarly, so. I do like the experience and the qualifications seem just to be a little bit higher with Bruce at this point in time.
Mhm. But Bruce's timetable was much longer. It wasn't that much.
It doesn't look that much longer
That much longer.
compared to the other ones, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially, they're,
Kind of within that time frame. Yeah.
have such a long.
Yeah. Good with either one of those. We do have to consider one of them, right?
Huh?
We do need to consider one of them, right?
Yeah, you do.
So I guess, are we okay with putting the timetable out just a little bit and going with experience and qualifications, or is the timetable the most important thing? And I guess I would confer with you, Greg, on that because
I don't know. I don't know how much the timetable was. But again, I looked at the same thing.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
looking at, that they were so close, but it was. No one was higher on most of the things except the timetable. And I don't know if they were, like I said, if they were concerned about the time. What they just, then the other thing though, a little less on availability of staff.
Mhm. But you know, on this one, I wouldn't think that it would be a very elongated thing to design a building. I mean, we got to come up with where they're going to put it and how all that works. But outside of that, it really shouldn't take that
Shouldn't take
long.
That long.
Yeah.
No. I would go for experience over references over. on table.
Okay.
I just would caution the commissioners to be, I mean, you really set a precedence going with that is not recommended as highest and viewed upon, and as to why you're choosing one over the other. This isn't as complex a project as the other one, and so every one of these could do it.
Mhm.
Every one of them have the professional expertise to do it, and so, yeah, I just think it's something, any difference from 0.2 to a 0.4, I mean, on experience and qualifications with various ones, you're talking not a whole lot of difference. And so all of it's subjective to by everyone that's on the committee. You know, there's not a hard and fast science, but
Just because they were so close, I think that's why. I was
Yeah, I'm
looking at where the differences were.
Yeah. I mean, there's a big difference between those two and then basically everybody else behind it. So I'm good either way. It doesn't, I know we've done work with both of them. We'll do a good job either way. So I could flip a coin and be fine with it, honestly.
Similar thoughts.
I just figure for you, it's probably a matter of time. I'd
Yeah,
show.
I mean, time.
And we kind of put time as kind of a big part of that too. So either way, like I said, I don't think the difference between that's going to be that big in time of getting it designed. But you know, one of the things to take in consideration too is just the price of everything. So maybe sooner we can get this done and designed, maybe the potentially cheaper it could be. So
Things are cool right now.
yeah, maybe a difference of 2 months in the process, maybe the difference in $100,000 or something. And I don't know. That's
because your difference in consultant experience is 0.4.
Yeah.
So I guess I would see it if there was one that had a significant amount of difference, but I don't, if you're going to use that as your justification, I don't see where there's a significant amount of difference there.
Well, I do know that when we discussed this originally, time was of the essence because it's not there. It's not like we're replacing one or adding on two, it just simply doesn't exist. So that's something to take into consideration. And like I said, the more I think about it now, because we're comparing apples and oranges, it might be better to go with those that are available just to get it done and designed and in the works and priced.
Yeah, that's probably.
Okay.
Probably the case, yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
So I guess what we need to do, move back here, yeah. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we approve staff to begin negotiations with Anderson Knight Architects on the proposed North County EMS facility.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve staff to begin negotiations with Anderson Knight Architects. All in favor? Aye.
Any other questions for me, or anything for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Thanks, David. Next commissioners, you have Mr. Holman at 10:40 up there, break.
10:30.
Okay.
What I talked to Nancy.
Yes. No problem.
Good luck.
The mountains fall so much.
I've got them just in sequence.
Okay.
Just so you know, easier to keep track of. Yeah. Because the final item has 2.
We're doing 2 today?
Well, you're doing a total of 4 because you need 2 for the personnel.
One 11:15, one 11:35, and one at.
Oh, because you gotta come back out of it. Yeah, I got you.
That's how you end up with 4.
Okay.
You're welcome.
We just have the one.
You're always trying to sneak those in there some way, shape, or form.
Correct.
Always.
One interview,
Keep the AG happy.
Wish me luck.
and maybe 2 more interviews.
Well, we got one scheduled for Thursday already, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think there is, yeah.
and I would probably say, well, we'll have to discuss it later.
I know.
Though I do think we probably need to come to consensus. It might be time to shut off advertising for the museum
Think so.
position.
Oh, come on, let's go for a record.
I think we already had a record.
Yeah, we have to, yeah, for sure.
How many are there now? I have
21.
21
Yeah.
now. Okay, I couldn't, I lost count somewhere.
There's definitely at a record.
I figure if you can't find a suitable candidate out of that mix, we need to rethink the
There's something
position.
wrong,
We
yeah.
need to rethink the position.
Good luck. See you later.
Anyway, hopefully it won't
Be
take
careful.
long. Oh, yeah.
Good luck.
Let me know if you need an Uber. I've got points.
No, I'm good. So,
Maybe we should prefer that they don't.
Once I start screaming.
That's why I was assuming.
That's what it's- that's what it's-
Not at all. Just want to make sure the motion reflects accurate. And if I need to say, wait a second, hold on.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I thought that's, not that I was surprised, but US Chamber getting involved in it's coming some point in time. And it's not a surprise.
No, it's almost, one school thought would be, it's kind of a good sign. I mean, if they were just sitting on their hands. Something struck a chord with them. Some aspect of it.
But they're in favor. Are they going,
No,
I'm
friend of
trying
the
to
court just
translate.
means, no, friend of the court just means they're weighing in.
Mhm.
And I haven't read their materials, but it can't be in support of our position.
No, it's gonna
Right,
probably,
yeah, they're not, that's why I thought they were in support of that.
no, they're probably gonna mirror the state on that one, but
One would think some
it's
version.
a different, I still think it's a different case and different background than the one we've got.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No. And Greg always said, Greg McHenry always said that was not, that particular case was not the one that really ought to be out there.
Yeah.
To decide this. Has some facts that we just don't have. Has some baggage we don't have. From an appraisal standpoint,
Yeah.
potentially, an argument can be made. You know. But an amicus brief just means you've got to get permission to even file a brief because you're not a party. That's all it means.
Understand, we went in on it.
You need to get permission of the court. And they get denied. Sometimes they'll say no.
In this particular one, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. I mean, they don't have a direct, I mean, if the state chamber wanted to get involved with that, I could possibly see it, or a local business organization, but
No, you may be right, and this might also spur the chamber to get involved in its own because who knows?
it is kind of interesting how I guess the smaller local umbrellas have made a 100% split with the state on this.
Yeah, the state, I assume the national's more like the state. They're in pocket of the big box folks.
You would think.
Who said this
But yeah, I haven't read the materials. I just know it's out there.
seems, against what I thought the chamber's general, but chamber of commerce was supposed to be.
I mean, you ask people, they would say it's different. Yeah. There's certainly nothing local business about viewing, dark stores a good thing. I'm gonna keep calling it dark store.
Oh, yeah.
So. Somebody in a black dress.
Did you hear about the Grambling State, I think it is, the volleyball team? Coach, they hired a new coach in February. She came on, I guess, got through, I guess the season's already done at that point.
Yeah, but
Basically, she's
That's a workout.
dismissed the entire team. Said, we're done. No scholarship, no nothing, you're done. 19 members.
Put them all into the transfer.
Cleaning house.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it. And I'm like, well, if players can just jump ship and do whatever they want, who's to say a coach, I guess, can't do it in return, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
And I was heard players started doing it when they realized that the coaches weren't going to.
Yeah.
But I mean, who knows, cause and effect. I mean, probably.
At least in the short term, it looks like the university is standing behind the coach. So
Interesting. I had not heard that.
I've heard a coach come in and letting go of a couple of players, that sort of thing, but
Yeah,
not your entire
but usually
team.
not, you come in and your lock, there's a different padlock on your locker.
Yeah.
Or a chain or something.
Usually you come in, you try to start with some kind of a base that was left over and kind of transition, but a little different philosophy, I guess. I couldn't see a college football coach coming in there and just throwing everybody out, or
Too many people.
There's too many, that's too many to fill.
basketball. I mean,
Basketball getting close.
Yeah,
it is.
He's batting at it, because, there's one more,
You have another one transfer?
Landers.
He did.
He announced this week. So it's down to just Noel and Sue, and Sue coming back.
I haven't really heard much about Masood either. I mean, I think Noel's pretty good, but
And I think both of those seem, from what everything I've heard, so they're pretty solid. Which they were both only here 1 year.
Yeah.
How much that affects it.
and both of them kind of came in late in the transfer process too.
I don't remember that. But I don't, I got Noel on this one. Some little guy from Arkansas State, what's that gonna do?
Yeah,
Holy cow.
now he's your senior leader.
And Mark Smith, he had just kind of plodded along their place else, but we had found the right
Yeah,
system.
He did.
Man, he took off.
I was telling somebody if Perry Ellis could play for 12 years, why can't he play
Yeah.
for 8?
Well, they could, or Skyler.
Yeah, no, he was here for a while
He
too.
was almost to retire.
Be interested to see if he picks up a free, I don't think he'll be drafted, but if he picks up a free agent
Yeah.
contract somewhere, maybe on a practice squad or something, could see
And those
that.
guys make big money too.
If the right series of things happens, all of a sudden you go from the practice squad to thrown in the mix.
But even those ones that are in the practice squad, you could make it crazy money. Yeah.
Dad turned 80 today, so I had to hold it.
Oh, happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a milestone.
Hmm?
It's a milestone.
He's doing pretty good.
That's a milestone no male in my family's achieved yet.
You gonna do anything special?
Yeah, he's really doing it up for his birthday. He had a cancerous thing removed from his ear, inside his ear. The doctor said one said he'd never seen it inside your ear. And another guy that worked on it said he had, and so he's going down to get it checked done. It's fun. I said, you really know how to celebrate your birthday. So he's driving down, they live in Colopolis where I'm from, driving down to Wichita to go to that specialist.
Maybe that's all those years he had to listen to you.
Could be. He'd probably vouch for that too. He'd probably vouch for that.
Yeah, you may want to work with him on what celebration is.
I know, I was giving him a hard time. He said, well, at least you're not cutting it out. So.
Right. Oh, wait a minute. You're sticking us with 6 executive sessions today.
As far as I know, 4.
11:15, 11:35, 12, now 1, and now
Yes, because this is the last one. This has 2.
he did sneak into from the tentative agenda.
There's no sneaking. Totally transparent.
Okay.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Rutland County Counselor. I want to begin with the project list, and I'm going to jump ahead to page 4 just as a starting point, because this goes through last Wednesday for the most part, but it does pick up an important item from last week, and that being the follow-up legislative conference with the delegation. I just want to highlight that for a couple of things. I think it was very useful, at least for my purposes. I got a version of what I kind of hoped I would get, some practical advice on a couple of the items on the board's agenda, which I've not discussed with anyone, the possibility of involving the Judicial Council, as Representative Highland suggested, on that nuisance abatement statute. I believe that's the one he was talking about at that time. And I'm not saying that's a magic pill or anything that's going to advance it, but it's not a bad idea to at least get another outside legal authority involved, particularly regarding when you hear the kind of feedback you get sometimes from legislators, and that we got on this one is, oh, we can't do that because there's some kind of legal defect. Well, wait a minute, hold it. If we can get it in front of the Judicial Council, I'm going to take it down that path. I'm going to work with Jay Hall on that and see if that's one way to do it, and possibly allay these fears that it's non-uniform. I mean, the easy answer to doing that is make it uniform.
Yeah.
I mean, don't just give it to us, give it to everybody, and then you don't have to worry about anybody chartering out. I can almost hear the arguments, though, just based on past experience from those entities that oppose it. Well, there'll be a patchwork of action and whatever. Well, you have to have some basic level of trust. Yes, there's going to be potentially some litigation, I suppose, from somebody who claims something about they don't have to follow it, but you're going to get that even if nothing happens. And so I've never really been too impressed with that argument, but it was a good thing, I think, to hear about that. And then also just kind of the general sense of where the session is going. I think it's safe to say that those items on the platform aren't going anywhere this session, but it doesn't mean they go away permanently. And I was glad to hear that, because I did want confirmation of this, maybe it seems pretty basic, that giant surplus the state has had doesn't just vanish, even with what they intend to do this year. So this session, at least that's the impression I got. So doesn't mean there's going to be $1 billion sitting there in terms of surplus for the state, but it does, at least it encourages me somewhat, that we can still make an argument if you're going to restart LAVTR or some version of it.
And I'm getting the indication through this conversation on Thursday that it's a no-go. If you're not going to do it this year with surplus, when are you going to? And I think really truly the answer is no.
Right. And that's certainly one potential result, but the entire chamber's up.
Yeah.
For re-election. That might change some of the dynamic, but it also means that, okay, now they're not all consumed with mapping of districts, running for
A lot of other
re-election.
stuff this year.
There was an awful lot. I don't know that the number was big, but they had a few items that really just seemed to engage almost all of their attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't really do that, but I mean, it certainly engaged a lot of their time and kept them away from doing what maybe otherwise they might be inclined to do. And maybe those kind of arguments on the with regard to LAVTR and with regard to the rural area nuisance abatement possibility, And I'm not really concerned. I mean, ordinarily, I would not, on the abatement, the nuisance abatement statute, ordinarily, I'd be concerned with, giving up some right. We've effectively got preemption anyway.
Yeah.
By virtue of court decision, which says counties can only do this. What is not proven to be a very effective tool of the existing statutory framework. So, but we'll see. And Jay Hall will be a good one to talk to about that and kind of track with him. In fact, my intention is to speak with him this week about how do we get this started? How do we get something in it's easy enough. I've been in front of the Judicial Council before years ago on behalf of another entity. So, getting there is not going to be that tough, I don't think, but getting there in a smart way and increasing our chances of success. That's where I think Jay will be very helpful. So we'll see. And I'll keep you posted as that moves, assuming it does. The rest of for the most part, the rest of the project updates, again, I'm continuing to try and include by italics those items that represent a snapshot of items worked on. The board's familiar with most of the work on the larger items. I will say too, those other items are on here. I don't want to inadvertently signal that those other items on your legislative platform aren't going to go anywhere next session. Just those were the two that primary discussion. You've still got constitutional home rule, of course. And that's still something worth pursuing. I've gotten no signals from KAC. It's not going to remain a primary issue for them. And as time passes and the demographic changes across the state for where the population centers are, the more time that passes, the closer it gets to that point where the rural areas are going to lose more and more if this trend continues of their representation in the legislature. So if they want the local authority to do certain things and not turn over most of this to the state, now is the time to do something about it by protecting county home rule. So we'll see where that goes. That's all I've got. All I really wanted to highlight for you, but glad to answer the questions you've got.
The only thing, and like I say, we got some good information for legislators, although we didn't even get to speak on a few things.
No.
They seemed to direct it instead of us.
Yeah. Well, maybe I slipped up there, but I tried to strike a balance between saying, we tried to zero in on the items that I thought we'd get most discussion on. But you're right. They did talk about some things as it just kind of, maybe the answer is not having it for an hour next time.
Yeah, I think you need to.
Hour and a half.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be beneficial moving forward because we also gain a couple of different representatives next time. Yeah, so it's going to be just that much harder to try to talk. I think obviously we did it this year because we've got so much other things going on, but I think we need to do it maybe in a little bit more of a format as we do in November, but condense some of the talking points down.
Sure.
It's, first time, wasn't going to be perfect.
We got some information, but there was a few things that they spent a long time on that we didn't know, that we can read the news.
Sure. A lot of it would be, I think, some of it would be what Hava would call palm card material, which is understandable. I get that. That's going to happen even in the formal limits of council. You're thinking more an hour and a half, 2 hours. We normally do 2 hours for the full one. I don't know if there's any value in going an hour and a half instead of 2. And we could still just schedule it as follow-up, call to follow up and make it 2 hours. And then if we get done early, we get done early.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's any real danger of that, given how this one went. But we probably fill the time.
Yeah.
Because we can give them time because that is the way, one of the attractive things to it, I would assume, for an elected official from the state level is for them to come in and talk a little bit about what they want. A little bit. We can just I'll do a better job of managing or try to.
Couple comment. Craig just seemed keep going.
It'll never be a perfect setting.
No.
But you're absolutely right.
Like I said, I didn't think it was good to hear what they thought on those things. We didn't get to all the points we wanted to because they were
And we can we can begin it with a more structured approach.
Yeah, and I would also say on this one, we need to get a little bit more conversation from our boots on the ground. Not maybe the first one in November, but this one here, since we're in mid-session. So,
Sure.
we need to hear a little bit more from Dick Carter and Tom Bruno, what they're seeing and visualizing.
Sure. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna proceed until the board tells me otherwise with, I discuss it with delegation, talking about doing one, same kind of time frame. I think the timing was good, which I originally thought, well, that's awful late, but as we know, that's when a lot of the action happens anyway.
Yeah.
And a lot of the, chaff is gone. Do you kind of zero in a little bit?
Right, yeah, it's kind of a break where they got a break. They couldn't all make it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll start thinking along the line, or I'll start discussing with them. We're gonna do it again, but it's gonna be a 2-hour deal. Okay, cool. That's all I have, unless you have some question. Thank you.
Good.
Next, Commissioner Jamalana at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's not until
You got-
11.
Yeah.
You got 10 minutes.
That's okay. That's all right. Just wanted to tell you before you go. And you can go by timeline. Sure. Going by the time on there, he's gonna do you any good sitting out there. It's pretty
Oh, I
close. It's close.
I was actually looking at it on there.
Yeah, it's on there.
See the time.
I'll go ahead and hand these out if that's okay. And you might have received a copy of this already.
Yep.
Thank
My
you.
wife told me I needed, because we had more grandkids that needed these, that I was supposed to pick up a few more.
I've got
Are they
Extra
there?
here.
Okay, I was gonna say,
You want me
I've got 2 of them myself, so
Okay, yeah.
I know box of crowns to do any coloring, so.
You got to practice in the air guitar. You got
Oh,
you got no time to be coloring.
Yeah. Gotta practice my air guitar.
That's true.
You're getting the band back together.
Are you in a band?
Apparently, the word is spread. Apparently. Unbeknownst to me, but apparently.
See, that's where you distinguish yourself from other contestants. The first competing air band.
No, I already got an idea on that one.
Yeah.
Air drummer.
No. Bringing my DeWalt drill. Yeah, that's not good when the National Weather Service is planning a schedule of briefings between now and tomorrow afternoon.
Oh,
And who is, I'm sorry?
National Weather Service.
Brandon mentioned that over the weekend. Might be expecting some pretty bad storms.
We're expecting some sort of an outbreak tomorrow. We're supposed to get up to like 89.
I know, that's not good.
Lord,
Yes, that
yeah.
warm that quick.
Yeah, that quick.
And you get a cold front that comes in right behind it to knock it down. Yeah, that's not a good, not a good mixture.
The third Tuesday in a row this morning. Made last season, the season before that.
I just think it's odd it's raining, no matter what the day is.
I think it's great. I took Commissioner McKinley's advice and planted some of our gardens this weekend, so.
Oh.
But I didn't have peas, so I've got to get them.
I've got some house plants I need to replace, but weather doesn't really a determining factor on that one.
Let me look after your cactus.
No,
Glad to.
no.
This is probably my husband's least favorite time of year because he knows I have no limit to the number of plants I'll bring home. Anytime you drive by work services, I have to pull in and get something.
Better bring home a cat.
That's
Yeah,
true.
much better.
Yep, agreed there. I still want to know if those cactus did do you.
I think they were wheezing when I got them.
Uh-huh. Their owner sure was, but I don't know about the cactus.
A little peek at my set of my windows.
Just in case anybody's aware, Clancy's not a green thumb.
Kill the cat.
Killed.
But is it impossible?
I accepted the challenge.
And he won it too.
Well, I'm kind of torn about the rain. I live off of the dirt road, so every time it rains, subsequently the truck gets dirty. And there's a gentleman who lives just a couple houses down from the museum. And he came up one day and he asked me, he said, "Is that your dirty truck out there?" And I said, "Yes, it is." He said, "Wait right here." He came back and he had a fistful of quarters, slammed them in my hand. He said, "Go wash that right now." So this was last year. So he saw the truck the other day because I hadn't washed it since it rained. And he said, "I thought I told you to wash that truck." And it was a year ago. So every time it rains, the truck gets dirty, but it was just funny that, so that truck is a disgrace to Riley County. I'm sorry. So I'm always kind of torn over it. He's funny.
He's gonna bring quarters, but you tell him where I park.
Yeah. It was just funny because it was last year. That's not going to last me through the year. It was very nice of him, but it was, I think, $2 in quarters.
Well, I plan on washing my truck today in the hopes that it does rain, so maybe that'll benefit you as well.
we go. All right, well,
All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for letting me share a little bit of our past month and what we have been working on at the museum. We have hosted and participated in several programs this last month. So we always appreciate the opportunity to collaborate and work with a diverse group of organizations that we have here in our community, and that gives us an opportunity to share Riley County history with them. So the Riley County Historical Society Museum partnered with the Friends of the Beach Museum to host a program by Doug Barrett, an internationally recognized African-American documentary photographer, videographer, and photojournalist at its quarterly meeting on Thursday, March 31st. So Barrett, if you're not familiar with him, extremely talented individual, owns 400 North Creative, and he's based in Manhattan, Kansas. And for the program, we were able to go into the gallery, and he did share insights of his photographs. He did a series on Yuma Street, also highlighting the stories of each individual, their stories of the photograph that he took. This was held at the Mariana Kistler Beach Museum of Art. So that was a valuable partnership that we're able to bring history and art together for those programs. We also participated in a podcast recording produced by the Manhattan Public Library. Of course, March was Women's History Month. We highlighted books written by and about Riley County women and influential women who made important contributions to our community. And I handed one out, but one point of topic or conversation that came up is the coloring book, Coloring the Past, 20 Riley County Women Who Made History. This was a collaborative project with the Riley County Genealogical Society. We worked with an artist, her name is Hillary Walleen. We also worked with USD 383 for this project. We were able to get, so the copies that you see here, these are our quick print copies. We were able to get these with that partnership with USD 383 to every third grader in Riley County. So that was a wonderful project to be able to partner with on there. So I mentioned we spoke about that. We also highlighted other authors such as Jessie Lee-Favo. She was 99 when she was awarded $1 million contract for her book, Any Given Day, an autobiography about her life, and some of those other influential women in our history. In addition to the coloring book, as I mentioned, this has really allowed us to use this content to reach out to other organizations. So we were invited to present a program on influential Riley County women for the PEO Reciprocity Brunch on March 26th. Again, the program focused on this coloring book. The artist was also there, and she created beautiful centerpieces highlighting the history of our area. One other fun event that we had just this in the last couple of weeks, we had a group of violinists come to the museum. One in particular, he is a fiddle performer, and they were particularly interested in the Bard Ramsauer violin that we have. Bard Ramsauer was primarily in Erie County, but he lived in the McDowell Creek area here. And he started making violins around the turn of the century, and we have one of his 1914 violins. So these individuals all had their own Ramsauer violins. So they all met at the museum and gave a performance there in our lobby. And Cheryl actually had a Ramsauer violin too. So they were also interested in that. His violins were of such high quality that some of his instruments were used in Carnegie Hall performances. So that tells you the caliber of this musician. So that was a lot of fun just to hear the gathering of these individuals, to have some music, and it was kind of time period music too. So that was a lot of fun to have there in our lobby. We also hosted the Manhattan area Weavers and Spinners at the museum this last week. Lynn Berry is the chair of that organization. We were able to pull some of our coverlets that we have in the collection. We have numerous. A lot of them date from the 1820s to the 1850s of the ones that we pulled, all hand woven. But the importance of this relationship with organizations such as the Manhattan area Weavers and Spinners, they have that knowledge on the techniques, the colors that were used to create the dyes. So that's mutually beneficial. We're able to show some of the history of the artifacts we have, but then simultaneously we're able to add to the history of what we have in the collection based on their expertise in that field. So like I said, it's just wonderful to have those partnerships and those collaborations to build on our history here in Riley County. And again, the coloring book, if you are interested in more copies, we are getting a formal print done. This was one of Cheryl's real big projects for that year. And we are working currently with the Genealogical Society to produce a second edition of this, and Cheryl will be one of those women first highlighted in that next coloring book. So we look forward to that partnership, and again, we'll be working with the same artist. I will say narrowing it down to just 20 women for each edition is not an easy task. We have a list of about 200 right now with ample stories or have information on them. So that'll be a task to narrow that down, but I wanted to mention Cheryl will be that first woman mentioned and highlighted in our next edition. And we are open, our museum, our Wolf House Museum is open, the Pioneer Log Cabin in City Park is open, so we're excited that spring is here to kind of get outside a little bit more and have some families and schools come visit. Thank you very much.
Next, commissioners, you have an executive session at 11:15, followed by another one at 11:55.
And then another one.
And then another, and then another, and then, no, okay.
No, you gotta, unless you're adding them on, I think you can stop.
I was thinking I gotta get one.
I saw you kind of watching everyone figure
He gave me
through
one.
it.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm a little study on it.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
See you, Sam.
See you, Sam. Have a good week. How long do you think your second one will be, Clancy?
Second one, probably till 11:55.
Thank you.
Sure.
So get some stuff pre-filled.
John's going to strike out Catherine's name on the motion. Okay, all right. On that one.
Do we know about what time she should be back, just for the interviews?
For the interviews. That's the impression I got. And it could be she may show up early. I don't know. I don't know. Most general appointments go that way. So.
I tend to very rarely go in there and get in right when they're supposed to see you.
No doubt.
Yep.
That's something that frustrates me sometimes too.
Me as well.
Sure.
Not to say my general practitioner doctor here, she's pretty good about getting you in and getting you taken care of. We get a lot more views lately. Live stream.
Last couple ones had 8 or 9 viewers at the time, but
See, I think you're looking at something different, because I know we don't have that many.
No, I've seen, on YouTube, it shows 2 of them at like 1 point,
He's talking about total
1,200,
views.
1,200 and
Total
1,400 total views. Is there a way to find out where those came from? I mean, I don't know what kind of.
it's just YouTube algorithm, honestly, just pulling up videos for some reason. And another thing is with YouTube, if you like hover over a video, it'll actually auto start playing basically, and it'll count it as a view for the video.
That's what it
And if
is.
I search something, it comes up, even if I'm scrolling down past it, it starts up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that counts as a view.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that too, that it was just all of a sudden, you know,
Because
I
it wasn't
mean.
anything at those meetings particularly.
And I watched one of them because it had like 1,400 views for some reason,
Yeah.
and it's like the most basic of like 8
As I said,
to
there's
8:30,
not that many people that bored.
like 8:30 to 11. You know, nothing really on the agenda kind of meeting. So
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Well, with that, then I'll go ahead and move that the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley and Commissioner Ford, along with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, and Clancy Holman, County Counselor, Attorney for the Commission, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel matters, exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee, the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:35 a.m.
I'll second. So moved and seconded, to go into executive session, all in favor? Aye.
There you go, sorry.
You're all right.
You're live.
Okay, I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
No, second, and moved and seconded, come out of executive session, all in favor?
Aye. I'll also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
Second. And moved and seconded, reflect no actions taken. All in favor?
Oh,
That's
hold
different
on,
than
that
what
was
he
different.
said.
What did you?
Did we take a consensus? We did, I thought.
No, either way, but they've got to match.
We'll do no binding,
They
then. We'll do
both-
no binding, that's fine. No binding action was taken.
Okay. Then moved and seconded, no binding action was taken. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, that does.
And then we can do it again. Why not? All right. So I'll move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley and Commissioner Ford, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, county counselor, attorney for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:55 a.m. John Ellerman, Director of Public Works, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information.
And I'll second. Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything either.
Yeah, you didn't say
Did you say
aye or
aye?
nay?
I did say aye.
Did you? Okay.
You're left, sir.
I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second and move in second, come out of executive session. All in favor? Aye.
Also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
I'll second and move in second that action was taken consistent with consensus. Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
10 times real fast.
Apparently one time real slow.
And next commissioner should have lunch on its way. And we have our executive session at 1:00.
You guys see me feeling good at all?
Okay.
Thanks.
1:00, Tyler. Thank you.
Freeze down.
Free to go. All right.
That one.
I'm all confused with these.
See, I did. That's what I'm
That
trying
was
to
the
do.
goal.
Yep.
Success. Success.
Never mind. Talk to you later. Just on an item we talked about last week, I'm gonna just bring it up today.
time. That meeting lasted just the right length.
It really did. I followed the lead of wiser participants in these lunches, and this time I remembered to order a cookie.
Outside of borders. No, it says I got that.
Those had salads. And that should not raise, only have them say. It's. That was like. That's not mine. You say, have you signed a paycheck and have them. I'm willing to.
You know, my name actually is on your paycheck.
Yeah. I'm open.
I guess it I know.
Prepared to be flexible. I guess it had sound in my hands, yes.
Oh, really?
Well, we got four, so.
There's, yeah, and those are even actually better quality. Better.
I was getting concerned.
Oh. There you go.
Go upstairs, let them know what the plan is. I think I'm just.
Like change the plan. Some boys like to bake. Right? Oh, good deal. But this is working.
We got a poolside restaurant there. It's kind of same kind of service. Seem to be working. A lot more money so far. Recognizing the success of it. It's part of the small team.
They really want you some kind of interest in food service. Really good at it. Power cat registries in the herd.
Yeah, that's not. Seems like.
Yeah, it is.
Probably some restaurants fail. He actually wants his media. It's funny because dishwasher. They're lost.
Competition lots of meetings.
I almost see recommended in top. Kind of sense. Thanks. Small. It's not. First of all, I'm trying to.
Salad. Yeah. No.
What's this, ranch?
Yeah.
But I didn't put the ranch on it.
I like that.
Honestly, it's better than. Hey. Go ahead. Go ahead. Carry. Stand there. What is this? Shoots it. Stand under the can. Shoots his turkey. You get that right. I don't want to hear that. I think it was true. No, I think that works. Sorry. I thought the chance had something. It made it from there. I'd say this one knows that it's not. And once the list shoots like in my head, I used that one. I'm sure you know nobody else is here. I'm sure she did. I said, I just, I'll get some. Yeah, she took that. That's a work on there. This is the best. This for future reference. Okay. Well. Yeah, let's say it's. but people come in section. Inside the chambers. Yep. All right, take it easy.
qualifications for a clinical supervisor. Spots. It's people the same thing. All gonna be moving up here, but it's half. I don't know what to build it right now. The part of that. They were saying it's supposed to be done in June, right? Doesn't look like it's immediate. So. This is right.
This is too much, okay, this is. Would you like to do this?
Hmm?
Would you like to do this one?
Under real estate. With cookies on. And,
Right, if I can get.
right, you get the carbs there and just. You're actually eating orange. I didn't even notice that. Yes, Ray. You're not like allergic to it or anything, it's just that. We'll find out.
No. Yeah, I didn't write that down.
Maybe in this case, it'll be something better. I require you to eat orange all the time. Notice with another application for Zoom.
Good, up until Bill.
Thank goodness. I was afraid you were gonna have it off before.
Yeah, oh, great. I did more than that.
16 executive sessions.
I've been 9 or 10 hours straight.
Yeah, December's not that far away. Right?
It's.
They diminish.
That doesn't have to be.
She trying to tell us something then? Yeah. Not yet, okay. Maybe though. This right on my list. which is the domino effect. It's the domino effect. But that's what that's telling us. It's just not enough people. Well, both. You don't have enough people, you have enough both people. Work. Yeah, but HR says, one side of it, you can hire them. Sorry, after that. One is 22, one is 24. Two, about 50 people showed up. Hired anybody, but facilitate 3 different shifts now, like 4. Well, I would also tell you there was a good amount of those faces that I'd seen before too. But that was
That's one of the reasons I want to. I'd be okay with not saying this, not to get this. Because once you get somebody, keep them for a certain time, you can start the range.
last year. So we had this kind of attendance bonus. Regardless of attendance, you got that. Right. Almost. That's almost changed where that's seems almost appropriate. I mean,
Well, that's the constant appreciation type of job that it's those things where like you just get a reward for.
it's different.
I was just listening to it, where the dad was telling us about education. And they have those reward programs, and so they said, supervisor giving me 25 points, $25, 25 points for just get it work. Just get it work, so a temp, like a 10, not a regular guy. And I mean, yeah, like the kid loved it, but now we just expect that every other time.
Long term. These things swing back.
Right.
Presumably.
That's exactly some real disappointment.
I don't think it's going to. I think the whole culture is changing. I don't think it's gonna be.
I'm with her on that. I think that's exactly what's happening. Look what Walmart's doing. They're paying the drivers $92,000 to $110,000 to start. That's for 12 months. So Walmart can afford to go through that kind of turnover every year, keep that consistent, and everybody else is just doing truck drivers. Yes.
But the problem is everything moves with that, right? So if Walmart pays 92, the rest of us have to pay 100, et cetera, and then, as you move along, the gallon milk has to cost $4 or $5. It has to.
Price of rent, the price of healthcare, price of childcare. And that's my point here to some extent is every single one of us is gonna be pushing that needle to stay in competition with each other. It's gonna drive the other part.
And then how do you? It's just accelerated. Accelerated.
Well, it's accelerated in this short term.
Yeah, in this short, yeah. Not the big change from all of this, in this moment, it's really accelerated. Yeah, no, I agree, we can't sit stagnant either, because if we do, we will not be able to do it.
Surprised what I pointed out the rest of it.
Look at the middle, that's the middle.
Well, yeah, you really, you mentioned the numerous things we talked about lowering, and I always said it's possible. I did not think on that.
I didn't.
And that's the problem, we all, and that's
the issue, we're not doing. 240, 270. Lowest end, so we have to argue.
that's what I meant. I really think that's.
K-State has had good nutrition over the last 2 years, and they let a lot of good tenured people kind of go. Attention still, but they get it at a lower rate. Less experience, less.
Now you're having to hire.
We're gonna have here because everything's so publicly driven that we maintain competition. I'm not saying that things should go up either, let's just say. We have to basically hire all of our positions at the same, and school districts are gonna have to do that, and everybody else. Still at the lower end of that particular market, we're just training them. The problem is going to be, we're still not gonna have people, because they're not gonna be able to afford to stay here at those lower positions. So they're in Kansas City and someplace else. It's just bad.
But I don't, I mean, right now, we're just.
It's a pretty good bond.
And that's where we got to, and we did have restriction on that for a while, and so once we started having problems, we got over that 50. Yeah, and I think that was why it was hard because it was my question.
I wish we did school.
Stop this.
It's old.
We got 20 minutes. So
Busy leading again.
Thank you, I know, I knew you would lead without being asked.
Don't mind me.
Okay, got the right one again.
I
I don't even remember what the old one looks like now, so we're good.
Oh, hi, how are you? Yes, no, thank you so much for your flexibility. So, you probably know that. So I'm gonna actually, now, you're great, and I'll grab you. Start that. Sure, thank you. Did I do what?
Keep on.
Oh, yeah, it's mine, and I'm gonna keep that sandwich and that broccoli. Yeah, it's just-
And all the crackers that are over there too, she's keeping those. That's a
What's sir?
kind of an interesting shot there, looking at it.
Yeah, it is.
My back door, actually.
What's the next victim's name?
Anna something.
Person.
There you go.
Hi, how are you? Actually, I'm good. Okay. Not that communicative, but you're okay. Yeah. Good, you're super. Okay. Yeah. Hi.
Hello. They didn't do too much damage, it looks like.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, that's never.
They actually came out really easy. They said all
Good.
3 roots just thumped right out.
All right.
So that's good.
I like
Good
that.
thing if that's what you want to do.
Didn't start sneezing until I had ranch dressing.
Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Does buttermilk make you sneeze? I don't know. I think you'd be allergic about anything. I always thought it was a jip that you could develop food allergies as an adult. The things that previously
It is
didn't bother you. That's not fair. Yeah, there are things I can't eat anymore that I did when I was younger. I miss. It's not right. No, it's not. It's not.
Still Kansas, huh?
Yeah, Sedgwick County.
That's a unique career path for graphic design.
Not the most unique we've seen so far.
They're very well.
Got two of their commissioners and one of the assistant administrators, department or manager. I'm not sure what they call them. What are they doing out there?
Who, where?
Some banging or something.
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
I guess I should ask, what are you doing then?
Right.
Sounded like it was outside there for a second.
Practicing my drum routine.
You're gonna play backup for John?
I was trying to figure out how air drums would work. I'm not so sure if that'd be as effective.
You can ask the drummer from Def Leppard. Actually, he's got one arm.
I just don't understand it.
It's actually a thing. I think it started kind of back in the mid to late 90s, kind of.
What, the air guitar?
Yeah, or becoming some kind of a
Yeah.
fad or a thing. I don't know.
So do they actually play music behind it or?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
I'd hope so.
Yeah, it'd be kind of tough not to.
It's probably kind of like Guitar Hero or something, except without the prop.
Made me think, I just watched the kids that on the movie the other day, what is it, couples retreat? The Guitar Hero
Yeah.
competition.
I've seen a video for like
Worn out now, huh?
some guitarist for a band is actually like playing Guitar Hero with his son and he loses. And they're playing their song. Yeah. Today's the 11th.
Actually, that was easier than the film.
That's good.
I don't know how it's gonna swallow up.
And you're dealing with roots, it's probably gonna swell up. Yeah.
Well, when I left, I had this big piece of gauze right out, so I was.
I hate when they put the gauze in. Tell my hygienist back in the day, I'm like, you need to make that like flavored or something. Ugh.
Not sleep well last night.
Actually did for a change.
I'm better tonight. I know that.
Ooh, excuse me. It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It wouldn't feel very good.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Remember you told me, I don't know, a week ago, that they were gonna contact me from up in Gov. So I got the first contact today for the meeting tomorrow. Which of course I already have another meeting.
Right, yeah, that's not good. Today and tomorrow.
Rest of April's pretty booked.
Late this afternoon, I could call you and talk about it.
So right after this would be good. So I could either do right after this or I could do 4 o'clock.
Why don't I send you just a meeting request? I'll call you at 4. Okay?
After us, so 6:30.
Yeah, it won't take that long.
It's happened right out in front, didn't it? That's one good thing about those windows. You don't miss anything, a sound that happens outside, do we?
Sound, weather.
Of course, if that was out front, that probably means it's one of ours. That's probably not good.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they might have a call. Something there would take that long to hold over. Oh, I know.
I know your emergency services well enough, you can tell by the sirens, but I don't know the differences.
I can tell by fire.
Because
That wasn't ambulance.
No.
There's the very distinct.
Yeah.
It sounded like fire to me, but I'm not a good judge of that either.
Lori's gonna be here. Was out there earlier.
She might have a pretty busy night tomorrow.
Could very well be.
See, all the storm chasers are lining up spots here in northeast Kansas for tomorrow. Good sign.
There's some app you can get that kind of traces all of the big
Mhm.
national storm chaser. And they always say, you know, it's not good when they're all converging on your location.
They're all heading towards
All the
you.
tornado chaser guys, you know. My brother-in-law had that like years ago. I was like, wow, they do. That's when you know it's not a good sign.
That's when you're reminded that you're in Tornado Alley. here at one? Are we on our own here at one?
No, he knew we were. He knew we were saying, no.
Okay. We still got a couple. He's there.
Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, how'd you call? I'm coming. I just took lunch real quick.
Crazy.
Meeting.
How dare you take a lunch?
Away with you. Away with you.
The only time I had in the schedule.
You can eat your sandwich while you're leaving.
Jeez.
Gosh.
Wow, we're gonna have
From the
There's an
counselor.
call the counselor now.
There's an HR discussion to be had.
Just when you thought you were building that relationship.
Hey, I've been here for almost 2 years now and I
Here
still.
I thought we were close to being on the same page. Wow.
I like that response. That's back in the old days.
Yeah.
We were talking about the differences earlier.
Pull the Conestoga wagon up outside.
Wow.
Here's a box and take your lunch with you.
Wow. I better break into this executive session before it gets deep. So I'm going to move at the county commissioners, including Chairman McKinley, Vice Chair Foki, and Commissioner Ford, along with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, Rich Fargo County Clerk, and Clancy Holman County Counselor, Attorney for the Commission, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel matters exceptions to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, to conduct an interview with an applicant for the position of county appraiser, and to protect the privacy of the applicant. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2 p.m.
I would second that.
And moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Looks like we're good. Okay, I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded, no binding action was taken. All in favor?
Aye.
And finally, for the last time today, I hope, I move the county commission, including Chairman McKinley, Commissioner Foki, and Commissioner Ford, along with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, Rich Fargo County Clerk, and Clancy Holman County Counselor, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel matters exception to the Open Meetings Act to discuss their interview with an applicant for the position of county appraiser and to protect the privacy of the applicant. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:30 p.m.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Your life.
Okay. I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I second that.
And moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I second that.
And moved and seconded that no binding action was taken. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything else to discuss today. It's kind of a long day, so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So without further ado, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn the April 11th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I second that.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.